Let us all please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
A very warm good morning to one and all gathered here for the 10th anniversary of SBUP's very own contemporary magazine, Corporate Citizen.
We are delighted to extend a cordial welcome to you all on behalf of Sri Balaji University, Pune.
As students of SBUP, we commit ourselves to unwavering dedication to continuous learning and personal growth, regardless of the challenges we may face.
The principle of self-determination is vital to our journey. It personifies the ability to make informed choices, develop effective problem-solving skills, and assume full responsibility for one's own life. As we gather here today to embark on this significant occasion, it is our cherished tradition to begin by invoking the blessings of wisdom and enlightenment.
To mark the commencement of this event, we kindly request all the dignitaries to come forward and light the ceremonial lamp to officially inaugurate the event.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
On this occasion, I, Deboshmita Mishra, Senior Student Manager, BIMHRD,
And I, Himanshu Gupta, Senior Student Manager, BMHRD, are honored to be the masters of the ceremony for our 10th anniversary of Corporate Citizen.
I would like to take a moment to welcome Honorable Chancellor SBUP, Professor B. Parmanandan, Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. G.K. Shirude, dignitaries on and off the dais, invitees, guests, faculty members, and all our student managers. We deeply appreciate you all joining here us today.
I take great privilege to welcome our guest, Mr. Shekhar Gupta, founder and editor-in-chief, The Print. I would like to call upon stage Vice Chancellor Dr. G.K. Shirude to welcome Mr. Gupta with a bouquet of flowers.
To further proceed with our list of guests, it is our pleasure to welcome Ms. Sulacha Ferodia Motwani, founder and CEO, Kinetic Green Energy. To welcome Ms. Ferodia Motwani with a bouquet of flowers, I would like to call Ms. Vinita Deshmukh, Chief Editor, The Corporate Citizen.
To conclude our list of esteemed guests, I would like to welcome Dr. S.B. Majumdar, founder and Chancellor, Symbiosis. To welcome Mr. Majumdar, I would like to call Chancellor SBUP, Professor B. Parmanandan. On this auspicious occasion, we fondly remember our founder and chancellor, Professor Dr. Colonel A. Balasubramanian sir, lovingly called as Bala sir. He was a person who had the magic to make everything possible. A person who was very humble and cared for his students more than anything else. He believed in the mantra, problems are opportunities. He said that our efforts and focus should not be on the problem, but in dealing with the problem to create an opportunity out of it.
Shri Balaji University is a name in education and is home to some of the best business schools in Pune. Discipline, dedication, and determination are the three major cardinal values that serve as the foundation of SBUP. It has set the bar for perfection in all areas. Perfection towards ourselves, perfection towards education, perfection towards the corporate life, and perfection towards the society. BIMHRD is proud of its sister institutes, which are Balaji Institute of Modern Management, Balaji Institute of Technology and Management, and Balaji Institute of International Business.
One more feather in our hat is Balaji School of Commerce and Management, Law and Liberal Arts. Thanks to our 25,000 plus alumni who are spread across the globe and are bringing honor to our university. Our university has a stellar reputation in the corporate sector. According to the Times of India B School Survey 2023, our university is among the top 11 B schools in India, the third-ranked private university in the country, one of the top 2 B schools in Pune, and among the top 4 B schools in the West.
The idea of this contemporary magazine was coined by our beloved founder, late Professor Dr. Colonel A. Balasubramaniam sir, who wanted a niche magazine for the corporates, of the corporates, and all that a corporate citizen would like to read.
That's what Corporate Citizen is all about, a collection of feel-good stories that motivate the readers to dream and make their dreams a reality. Today, we celebrate India's remarkable journey over the past decade across diverse corporate sectors. So can we give a big round of applause for this great achievement?
With that, we would like to hand over the stage to our MCs of the day, Sonia Rao, a senior communication strategist, educator, and brand curator.
And Kalyani Sardesai, who is a senior journalist with Corporate Citizen, an author and documentary writer.
Are we audible at the back? Great. Good morning, everyone. Walt Disney once said, if you can dream it, you can do it. And if you can do it, you can do it well. And if you can do it well, you should do so consistently. A decade is time enough to say that not only has Corporate Citizen done its job, but it has also done it well. And so we are gathered here today, not just to mark the passage of time, but to celebrate the impact made by Corporate Citizen as it celebrates entrepreneurship, innovation, and the people who shape the corporate world. Over these 10 years, it has become a beacon of insight, inspiration, and excellence, shining a light on the stories that matter. Back to the beginning. A little over 10 years ago, noted educationist and founder of Sri Balaji University, the late Professor Dr. Colonel Balasubramanian had a vision to have a business magazine with a difference. To that end, he approached senior journalist, author, and RTI activist Vinita Deshmukh, and together they nourished the seed of this idea such that it grew into a tree that we can all be proud of. Can we have the AV, please?
Corporate Citizen, the business magazine with the focus on contemporary corporate thoughts, is completing 10 years. This is due to the visionary Colonel Balasubramanian, who felt that the trends and the current happenings of the corporate world should be reflected into a magazine that is dedicated to that sector.
Corporate Citizen is a business media brand shaped by the organizational culture of our founding editor and publisher, late Professor A. Balasubramanian. For the last 10 years of its existence, Corporate Citizen is forged by the culture of dedication driven by determination and connected by our corporate community.
I have been
Corporate Citizen Monthly Business Magazine has carved a distinct niche in its 10 years of existence. It stands out for its vibrancy, insightful content, and contemporary corporate thoughts shared by industry leaders. These thought-provoking narratives offer knowledge that goes beyond the textbooks, inspiring leaders from all walks of life. The Corporate Citizen captures the essence of successful people, and through their series, the Leadership Series, making it a refreshing and thought-provoking read. Our columns like The Cradle of Leadership, where we cover educational institutions of the country, our Military to Management series, where we interview armed forces personnel who have taken second careers in the corporate sector. They are very popular. Campus placements are aimed at young readers who read them with great interest. With a print of 20,000 and a readership of approximately 1 lakh, the magazine graces the offices of many leading corporations and has been lauded for its rich and relevant content. I quote, Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Mr. Nitin Gadkari remarked, "The magazine guarantees that corporate thoughts are carefully presented for deeper reflection. It has been meticulously planned and designed. This is just one of the accolades that the magazine has received over the years, and we are proud to be associated with them."
Stories of grit and gumption, enterprise and excellence, passion and perseverance, even as it reiterates an important message that innovation is for everyone, that the quality of one's life is decided by the quality of one's capacity to build, if we choose to, that a nation is built by citizens who build. While doing so, it never fails to acknowledge the role played by the Indian Armed Forces and the management lessons corporate India can imbibe from them. A soldier by training and forever so at heart, Bala sir always paid homage to his defense roots, a core value that has found lucid expression in just about everything he has built, from the institution to the magazine. Behind the glossy covers and compelling articles is a committed team that works to consistently deliver on promise and build a brand that empowers leaders and dreamers alike. Under the stewardship of our trusty editor, Vinita Deshmukh, we contemplate the future with joy and excitement.
To our readers, thank you for your unwavering loyalty. Your curiosity and engagement have fueled this journey and rewarded our endeavors. To the corporate leaders we featured, thank you for allowing us to tell your stories. Those stories do inspire, challenge, and motivate us each day. On that note, may I now request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. G.K. Shirude, to give his welcome address.
A very blessed morning to one and all. Namaste. With the divine memories and blessings of our founder, president, and chancellor of Sri Balaji University, Pune, Professor Dr. Colonel Balasubramaniam, with a very deep love and respect, we called him as Bala sir. A very young, a dynamic and visionary son of Bala sir, who is the Chancellor of Sri Balaji University, Pune, Professor Balasubramaniam Paramanandan. The chief guest of today's function, Shekhar Gupta ji, a keynote speaker. The guest of honor, a Jesht Pitamaha, Honorable Dr. S.B. Muzumdar sir, an edupreneur, founder and chancellor, Symbiosis. Suluja Firodia Motwani, founder and CEO, Kinetic Green Energy. Dr. Mohan Agashe, a well-acclaimed actor and Indian psychiatrist. We are also having with us Raju Khandekar, Samrat Fadnis, Dhanya Rajendran, Poonam Agarwal, Professor Ujjwala Barve, and all the dignitaries of the dais, journalists, invitees, and all my student managers, faculties. Certainly, it gives me immense pleasure and pride to have all of you with such a beautiful auditorium. A very warm welcome in this lush green campus of Sri Balaji University, Pune. Today is a very auspicious day for us to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Corporate Citizen magazine, which is known everywhere for contemporary management thoughts. A very remarkable journey over the past decade across diverse corporate sectors, leaders, edupreneurs, giant in socio-economic and socio-cultural era, and specifically the seeds of the corporate with the citizens of the nation is sown by our beloved Bala sir, with his widening and deepening love for creativity, writing, futuristic, and collaborative approach. It serves as a bridge between corporate senior executives, corporate leaders, aspiring professionals, alumni of the university, and society in particular. In a pure and real sense, corporate citizen is the torch bearer for others. Very proudly, I appreciate the sustained, deliberate, innovative contribution made by the Advisory Board of Corporate Citizens. All of them, including Vinita, as well as the team of the Department of Balaji School of Media, Communication and Journalism, all of them deserve a huge pat on their back for this successful decade as far as the corporate citizen is concerned. With these introductory words, once again, a very warm welcome to all of you. We are having a very skillfully designed the overall panel discussions also after the keynote speaker and the honorable guest, Dr. S.B. Muzumdar sir, along with Sulajja Firodia Motwani. A very warm welcome, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. G.K. Shirude. May I now request the Honorable Chancellor, Professor B. Parmanandan, to share his thoughts on this auspicious occasion.
It's such a formal occasion, and it's our honor to have Dr. S.B. Majumdar sir here. He was a guru of Bala sir, who believed in Bala sir. And if you ask me, Bala sir had a lot of crazy ideas, and I think the one person who believed in him almost 35, 36 years back is here today. And it's our honor that Dr. S.B. Majumdar sir is here. I like to welcome him in this campus. Sir, it's an honor to have you each time when you're coming here, and it's very exciting to see you here in this campus, sir. Thank you for coming, sir. They always say that behind every man there is always somebody, right? In this case, Madam is also here, and it's an honor to have Madam also. Madam, welcome, Madam. I know Majumdar sir used to always working, and Madam has been supporting him all the time and always been pushing him also a lot. I remember both of them when I was a very small kid of almost 15, 16-year-old. Life is all about people you meet, and Bala sir used to always talk about people. He used to talk about people in your life. Bala sir used to also talk about, what is important in life. What is important is to smile and to learn from each other. It's otherwise life is not about just achieving something. Achievements comes because of people who are in your life, who believe in yourself, who encourage you, who try to help you also. So when we talk about life, it's all about humans. It's about stories which they have to tell. So we have wonderful people on the audience as well as on the stage. People like Shekhar Gupta sir has a story to tell. He has done so many things, and when you read his story, what he has done a crazy amount of things and he still wants to do crazy amount of things, which is wonderful. So we have people like Firodia madam, who's also here trying to do a lot of new things. It's exciting to see that. We have our big mustache fellow here, I guess sir, sorry to tell you on this, but wonderful to see you here, sir. And we have many guests from Army also, and I'm sorry, sir, I'm very honored to have you here. We have started some initiatives with the Army, not to just to give, but also to learn from Army and armed forces. So as a university, We are a place for the students. Uh, it's also a place where ideas has to be discussed, where idea has to be fully nurtured. And if something comes out of it, and if it's beautiful, I think that is what this university is all about. Uh, for the students, you're going to see different kind of people. I hope you're able to focus and able to learn something from them. And that is what is all life is all about. Thank you for coming.
Thank you to our Chancellor for his inspiring and motivating words.
A beautiful poem goes something like this. When you meet Jen next, tell them of us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today. In keeping with the tradition at Sri Balaji, no event can possibly proceed without tribute to our war veterans and acknowledgement of the sacrifices made by these brave men and women in uniform. What's more, it is December and the 53rd anniversary of the 1971 Indo-Pak War, which ended with Pakistan's surrender, the largest ever public surrender by an army in recent history. And so, we are honored today to have with us some very special veterans who fought the war as youngsters. They lost lives, limbs, and comrades, sacrificed their personal dreams and aspirations, and yet kept the tricolor flying high. And so, we call upon stage the following veterans who have blazed a trail and led by example.
I should now like to call upon stage Group Captain Hemant Sardesai, a fighter pilot decorated with the Veer Chakra. Then deployed in the Eastern Theatre from Guwahati as part of the No. 4 Squadron, Group Captain Sardesai, a flight lieutenant, bombed the Tezgaon runway of Dhaka, and 2 days later, he bombed the Pakistani governor's house on 15 December 1971 in Dhaka, breaking down enemy morale. May I please request Sir to come up on stage.
Brigadier Prakash Bhogle, then Adjutant, 8 guards fought on the Eastern Front hilly sector in what was one of the bloodiest battles of the war. Brigadier Bhogle, please.
Brigadier Ajit Apte, artillery, gun position officer with an artillery regiment, Eastern Front, oversaw the surrender of the Pakistani army. May we request you to please come on stage.
Commander Inderjit Roy served on board INS Veer, a missile boat which took part in the missile attack on December 4, 1971, under the Western Naval Command.
Squadron leader Milind Baliga was part of the 22nd Detachment at Dum Eastern Sector. He has had distinguished himself with his service. May we request you on stage, please. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor and Chancellor to kindly felicitate these heroes.
In an increasingly selfish world, they are the true embodiment of the term service before self, which marks the true ethos of the services. Thank you, sirs, for your service. Thank you, sirs, for being there. Group Captain Hemant Sardesai, a fighter pilot decorated with the Veer Chakra. Brigadier Prakash Ghogle, Brigadier Ajit Apte, Commander Inderjeet Roy, Squadron Leader Milind Baliga.
With that, sir, we kindly request you to take your seats. No, you're reading from here. You're reading from here or here? You start. This is you. Yeah, I know. Thank you, sir. The measure of life is not its length, but the depth of its contribution. After all, we rise by lifting others. With that, we are happy to announce the Sri Balaji School of Media, Communication and Journalism Corporate Citizen Magazine Awards for the change makers who are bringing the change we wish to see.
There are 4 awardees this year. The first Iconic Media Award for Excellence in Traditional and Digital Media goes to Sri Rajiv Khandekar, Vice President and Editor-in-Chief of the ABP Mazha News Channel. A multifaceted, versatile personality, he is among the few media people who work for both print and broadcast channels. Even as the erstwhile channel Star Mazha became ABP Mazha, he played a huge role in popularizing the channel in such a short time. A strong voice for rural Maharashtra, a noted political analyst and author, Rajiv ji is noted for his many laurels. However, one of his greatest roles has been to train a host of Gen Next journalists under the umbrella of ABP Mazha for over 17 years now. Rajiv ji could not be here with us today, but this AV has his message for us. Can we have the AV, please?
Hello, Namaskar, good morning friends. I'm so sorry I could not personally come and attend this wonderful event. But first of all, I would like to thank Bala sir and my senior colleague and friend Vinitaji Deshmukh for this incredible honor. I know Vinitaji for last more than 33 years as a hardcore journalist, always committed to the well-beings of common people. We have worked together in Indian Express when I was a reporter and she was news editor at that time. So I have seen quite closely how dedicated she was for the bringing issues of common man to the fore. And I can give ample examples. And same kind of journalism she is doing for the last so many years and now through Corporate Citizen magazine. When we see that generally all media is now filled with all negative type of stories and sansani type of masala stories, she is doing great content, inspiring content and instilling positivity among the society in the reader's mind. So the work she is doing through this is incredible. I wish her and the magazine very best, and once again apologize for not being there present, but all the best. Thank you.
I would like to call upon Preeti Joshi Director, Balaji School of Liberal Arts, to please take the award on Mr. Rajiv's behalf.
Thank you. Do you invite Chancellor, Vice Chancellor to give
May I invite the Chancellor and Vice Chancellor, please, to give away this award? Thank you. The next iconic media award.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries. I'm really honored to receive this award on behalf of Rajivji Khandekar. So thank you very much, Sri Balaji University and all the attendees who are here. Thank you so much.
The Conscientious Journalist Media Award goes to Dhania Rajendran, co-founder and editor-in-chief of the News Minute. She will be felicitated by our Chancellor and Vice Chancellor. The News Minute is a digital publication that covers South India. In a journalistic career spanning 20 years, Dhania's body of work ranges from politics to human rights.
Agarwal, founder, Explain XYT channel, a senior investigative journalist and documentary maker, who broke the story on the hidden unique numbers embedded in the electoral bonds. Her investigative journalism in the case was monumental in helping deliver the historic Supreme Court verdict that led to the electoral bonds data being released to the public. She was honored with the Ramnath Goenka Award and the Gavin McFadden Memorial Lecture by the Center for Investigation Journalism in London. Her investigative documentary for BBC is India's first documentary to be nominated for the Emmy Awards. Once again, we are proud to confer upon her the Conscientious Journalist Media Award.
And now, our next awardee is here. He's a little delayed, but he's finally here. Caught in a traffic jam, but we are so glad you could join us finally.
He's here. The next iconic media award for excellence in traditional and digital media is presented to Samrat Fadnis, editor, Sakal Media Group. Unfortunately, I think he's not here, so we'll proceed with the next award. We'll come back to him. May I request Geeta Deshmukh to please collect across print and TV, Samrat strongly believes that the role of the media is to inform, educate, and to entertain the audience. Thank you to our Chancellor and Vice Chancellor for doing the honors.
And now, it's close to the moment that everyone has been waiting for with bated breath. Our chief guest of the day, Mr. Shekhar Gupta, needs little introduction. He's a household name and a familiar face. Nevertheless, in the interest of formality, I shall try. And I do so not just as a member of Team Corporate Citizen, but also as someone who started her career with the Indian Express, a ship he successfully captained for 2 decades, making it synonymous with investigative journalism. Thank you, sir, for training so many young journalists on the responsibility and duty that comes with the turf. Mr. Gupta's career spans over 4 decades, and to call him a towering figure in journalism is a cliche, but it's true. He's founder and editor-in-chief of The Print, a digital platform that has redefined how news is consumed in the modern age. His famous column, The National Interest, is a touchstone for credibility and new thought. Cut the Clutter, his popular online video series, breaks complex news stories into simple, digestible bits. Of course, Mr. Gupta is best loved in his avatar as the warm and unassuming host of Walk the Talk, a much-celebrated TV show where his conversational interviews with prominent personalities offered the viewers rare insights into their lives, philosophies, and challenges. Whether dissecting political shifts, economic trends, or social upheavals, Mr. Gupta's work reflects his commitment to objectivity. The recipient of several awards and honors, not least the Padma Bhushan, his is a preeminent voice from India on issues ranging from domestic politics and society to security and international affairs. Therefore, who better than him to speak on the challenges and changes before the Indian media landscape from 2014 to 2024? In a world increasingly cluttered with confusion, his voice stands out for the simple harmony of its clarity. In times where extremism is the new normal, his moderation and reason remind us of the criticality of being so. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the one and only Shekhar Gupta.
The subject I've been given is to look at the media landscape from 2014 to 2024. That would suggest to me that this is to look at how the media landscape has shaped since Mr. Modi was elected Prime Minister with a majority.
No, in corporate citizens' birth and now is...
Well, I mean, I hope we don't blame Mr. Modi for that. That's a joke. That said, first of all, the principle of history is, and principle of contemporary history that matters to us most of all. Past history now everybody's digging up, that's a different thing. The principle of all contemporary history is that anything that's happening today didn't start today. Anything that's happening today started much earlier. I mean, I tell people that one of the reasons, even something like Cut the Clutter works, is because there is a whole generation which still doesn't believe that there was history before Google. So there is a whole post-Google generation, that everything that's happening today has happened before or is rooted in something that happened in the past. So if I were to start the history or the story of what's happened in the media landscape 2014 to 2024, I might need to start with 2009. Because that is around time when foundations were laid. What is journalism and what is news media? News media is all about public opinion. In India, there are no laws, there are no constitutional provisions to guarantee journalists' freedoms. It's all Article 19(1), 1A or whatever, which gives me as a journalist, or Dhanya, or Poonam, or Vinita, when she used to be a journalist. She still is, but of a different type. Vinita and I are former colleagues at the Indian Express. It gives us exactly the same freedoms that any of the others in this auditorium have, any Indian citizen. There is no law in India and there is no constitutional principle which gives journalists any special privilege or any special freedom. If you go back, go to YouTube and watch C-SPAN and watch US congressional hearings on this big debate that's going on there about protection of sources for journalists. And these are CBS journalists who CBS disowned and fired and who've been prosecuted. And you hear those hearings, and they are, even with First Amendment, they are now talking of a new law, which they passed by voice vote in the House. It'll go to Senate, giving much more protections even to, for source protection. But in India, no source protection. Some of the more difficult legal cases I have faced are the ones in which there was a demand to reveal sources. And anytime we went to lawyers, the Express, our go-to lawyer used to be Fali Nariman, and he would say that, look, you have no source protection. If the court insists that the source is needed, particularly in a criminal case, either you will give it or you submit yourself to punishment because there is no protection. Now, so how does it work then if there is no legal protection? So now I have to take you back to 1975. 1975, I was in college, final year college. That's when Mrs. Gandhi imposed the emergency. And suddenly, next day, there was nothing in the newspapers. Nothing. Some newspapers had blank editorials. The Express has blank editorial space because censors would not pass your editorials. It was also so ridiculous that the censors edited the speech of the censors censored the speech of the Defense Minister of India, none else than Bansilal. And Bansilal was then Mrs. Gandhi's favorite, right? And as a college student, I watched in the big metropolitan city, tiny little Haryana city of Rohtak, right? Bansilal speaking on Independence Day and saying, he said two things which stay with me. One, he said about the media. He said, actually he said three things. One, he said, कि इतनी बारिश अच्छी साल हो रही है 1975 में, इतनी या तो तब हुई थी जब सारे पापी पाकिस्तान भेज दिए, या इस साल हो रही है जब सारे पापी जेल भेज दिए, right? So number two, he said, ये अखबार हमारे खिलाफ कौन लिखता था? ये अखबार लिखते थे, उनको हमने कंट्रोल कर दिया. ये अखबार क्या हैं? ये 7 बजे के बाद 4 आने का किलो, राइट? दैट वाज द रद्दी प्राइस एट दैट पॉइंट, 4 आने का किलो. और ये रद्दी में लोग क्यों खरीदते हैं? आप क्यों खरीदते हो रद्दी में? क्योंकि इसमें रख के फिर आपको जो पकौड़े खरीदते हो, वो पकौड़े डाल के देता है, आप खा लेते हो. तो वो पकौड़े इसमें रख के नहीं खाना, इसमें इतना जहर है कि मर जाओगे, राइट? So these two, the censors had no problem with. But he said a third thing, and I remember this because there are so many 1971 veterans. He said कि इंदिरा जी ने भुट्टो के साथ शिमला समझौता क्यों किया? वो तो कभी करने वाली नहीं थी. वो तो 96,000 उसके कैदी लेके बैठी हुई थी और वो कभी नहीं करने वाली थी. भुट्टो उसके घुटने टेक दिए, पैरों में पड़ गया, बिलख बिलख के रोया. Everybody understands. Everybody watches Hindi cinema, so that much Hindi. वो बिलख बिलख के रोया. मैडम ने फिर भी नहीं उसको कुछ दिया. फिर जब वो मुड़े ना, तो मैडम ने देखा उसकी पतलून गीली थी, तो उसका अब निकल गया था. This is Defense Minister of India saying in his Independence Day speech. By 4 o'clock, censors all over the country had sent out word to all newspapers saying that this will not be published. And the PTI, you and I, they had also been made to delete it. So we got into that era of media controls. It was a terrible time. It was a bit like everything had to be cleared by the government. Everything government didn't like wouldn't get published. Cartoons started to get stopped. What happened then? It is then that the people of India realized, Kare Baba, these guys have done a cheap thing. There's nothing in my papers. The journalism, those days nobody said media, it's of great importance to me. It's now been taken away. It's a cheap thing. I don't like it. So by the time the emergency ended, a social contract emerged between the people of India and between journalists. So that social contract became the protector of our freedoms. Even now, there is no law. The problem right now is, if you look at this landscape, it is that social contract that has started to fray. And I will refer to, I've reflected on it and talked about this several times, and this is something that we journalists should talk about more often. That how did we go from hero to zero? So there are 4 articles I remember in my national interest column. I think one was called Mere Paas Media Hai. That was going back to the dialogue from Diwar, Mere Paas Maa Hai. Mere Paas Media Hai, and I'll tell you why we said so. The second was, in fact, the first was the news media, the news as in the news, right? And the third is something with a more elaborate headline. That is from hero to zero, that is from crook, that is crook, TRP hunter, idiot, clown. How did the journalist go from hero to zero? And first of all, why do I start with 2009? I start with 2009 because that is when UPA comes back with a fresh majority. And we have to understand, nothing started today. UPA came back with a bigger majority than before. It caused 2 things to happen. One, in our politics, and second, in our ideological debate. In politics, suddenly BJP and others thought, oh, these guys have come back with larger numbers. They've become stronger. You can't defeat them through regular methods. So other methods have to be found. And that's when this anti-corruption movement against Anna Hazare, for whom I have no devotion. In fact, if anything, I am guilty of having called him out as a useful idiot from day one. I'm sorry I'm saying this in Pune, in difficult real estate, but you know what happened to him and how he was used and thrown. So this anti-corruption thing was started, that this is one way to undermine a government and its credibility. Now, part of that larger campaign to undermine the credibility of government also became the need to undermine all institutions, from judiciary to the media. And that's where one landmark event in the history, even for Indian media, is the Radia tapes. Because what did the Radia tapes do? What happened in Radia tapes? 5 journalists, Radia must have talked to hundreds of, if not hundreds, at least scores of journalists. Definitely she spoke with me many times. She was doing PR. She also came and met me many times. Of the maybe 50, 60, 70, 100 journalists she may have spoken with, 5 were caught in different stages of indiscretion. Nobody was caught taking any money. Nobody was caught giving any money. Nobody was caught delivering anything, but speaking indiscreet things. 5 in different stages of indiscretion. That fed into the campaign at that point कि सब मिले हुए हैं. Everybody is complicit. Everybody is complicit. Politicians चोर हैं, judges चोर हैं. Chor was said with a double CH like chor, like this. Everybody is a chor. Media में सब चोर हैं. Corporate सब चोर हैं. So that chor mindset built up. And that's when the big damage to India's image started. Now, I look at popular media, popular culture often to see what's going on with any institution, any society, because popular culture, movies in particular, they are the first to figure out this change. Now, as I said, there was a commotion in 2 environments because of this. One was the political one, second was the ideological one. Because Manmohan Singh's government, UPA won, everybody had thought that UPA has come into power, Vajpayee has been defeated. This is a government supported by the left. its common minimum program is very left of center, so it will be a leftist government. It turned out to be the opposite, right? It turned out to be the opposite. It carried out more reform. It allowed the privatization of Delhi and Mumbai airport, thank God. Expectation was that they will stop those. So a lot of the ideological environment that would have been close to the Congress party and UPA, they got disillusioned. They got disillusioned. They also got quite a bit of support from Sonia Gandhi and the group around her, particularly the NSC. So they began to undermine Manmohan Singh's government. And that also played into the same psychology, that everybody is complicit, that everybody who says that India's economy is doing well, that India had 9.5% growth. So I do remember at that point a conversation in which in a group, 3 members of National Advisory Committee were present. And they said, India's economy is finished, India's people are finished. I said, but there's 9% growth. And one of them said, 9% growth, 91% destruction. So these were not BJP people. These were people of the Congress left environment. So they created the mood for this destruction of the credibility of all existing institutions. Media was a part of that. Now, I will leapfrog to the more serious things. More serious things means things like the movies, for example, and see how the evolution of the Indian journalist takes place in Indian popular culture. Because we have limited time, so sometimes that's a good way of summarizing things. So, I don't know how many of you are buffs of old Hindi movies. Some of you might be. Some of you might have seen them during the pandemic, as we did. But everybody remembers the songs, right? So there was a time in the 50s until early 60s when the journalist was always a nice guy. He was a nice guy. He was a heroic guy, an honorable guy. He fought the good fight, and he always got the girl, right? Can you imagine that portrayal of journalists now? And the girl in at least 2 cases was Madhubala, right? One was Vaida Rahman, so not bad, no? So a journalist in 3 out of the 4 cases I mentioned in the 50s was Devanand, no less. Will Devanand play a journalist today? Will a Shah Rukh Khan play a journalist today? Has Amir Khan ever played journalist today? If anything, Shah Rukh Khan, Amir Khan both have repeatedly made fun of journalists and painted them with the descriptions that I just gave to you: crook, TRP hunter, idiot, clown, right? But I take you back to the 50s. So the film Mr. and Mrs. 1955, Mr. and Mrs. 55. This was a Guru Dutt film. So Guru Dutt, Madhubala, Lalita Pawar. 55 is when Indian women become entitled to divorce, right? So story is built around divorce. Guru Dutt in that movie plays an out-of-work cartoonist. An out-of-work cartoonist who goes to a newsroom every day hoping that the editor will ask him to make a cartoon, right? And he has no place to stay, so he's staying with Johnny Walker, who's a photographer with the same newspaper. So Johnny Walker is the one, I told you, remember stories through songs. So the song Jaane Kahan Mera Jigar Gaya Re, that is Johnny Walker in his newsroom during lunch hour, right, with the editor's secretary. Now, there is a sequence from that film that is imprinted on my memory because it's one of the great lines spoken in Indian cinema. It was a Guru Dutt film after all. So Lalita Pawar, who's scoping out Guru Dutt as a likely spouse for her ward, that's Madhubala, she goes to check out Guru Dutt and she finds that he's living in this house, not even his own house, Johnny Walker's house, and because graffiti, cartoons all over his walls, and looks like he's living like young people live when they are jobless. So she says, तुम्हारे पास तो अपना घर भी नहीं है, तुम्हारे पास तो नौकरी भी नहीं है, तुम कैसे गुजारा करोगे? He says, लेकिन आप उनकी बात सोचिए जिनके पास सोने के लिए ऊपर छत नहीं है, जिनके पास 2 टाइम की रोटी नहीं है, मेरे पास वो तो है. So Lalita Pawar looks at Guru Dutt in horror and says, "तुम क्या कम्युनिस्ट हो?" And Guru Dutt says, "नहीं, मैं कार्टूनिस्ट हूँ." Right? He gets Madhubala in the end. Right? So that's one journalist. Then I take you to CID. Now CID is again a film you will remember from the songs. So many of them. लेके पहला पहला प्यार करके आंखों में खुमार, जाता कहाँ है दीवाने, सब कुछ यहाँ है सनम, और that song which है, हाँ, यह बम्बई मेरी जान, और वो लाइन जो हम सबकी लाइफ में अभी तक एक प्रिंसिपल बना हुआ है, कहीं पे निगाहें कहीं पे निशाना, है ना, कहीं पे निगाहें कहीं पे निशाना. Who's Devanand is a CID officer. What's he doing? He's investigating the assassination of Mr. Srivastav, who's an upright editor. Now, upright editor, when did you last see anybody in Indian media itself describe anybody as an upright editor? In Indian media itself now, there is so much dog eat dog that everybody is calling everybody a crook and a thief, a neoliberal stooge or Godi media. I don't see anybody in Indian media saying anything good about a fellow journalist or editor. Either cannibalism ho raha hai, right? So there is an eminent editor who's fighting with a property and mafia shark. And he is then under pressure to not publish some stories. He refuses to submit to that pressure and he is assassinated. He is murdered. That is the murder that Devanand is investigating. And he becomes a star investigating that murder and gets the girl in the end. Catches the murderers and gets the girl in the end, which is Shakila, in this case Johnny Walker's sister. And Wahida Rahman has a role on the side of a good bad girl in this. But again, the hero is a journalist and a good guy. Then I take you to another film of the 60s. That's a film called Kala Pani. Now Kala Pani is Devanand, who's a reporter. His dad is given a life sentence, serving time in Hyderabad. So he goes to Hyderabad to find justice for his dad. Where does he go? He goes to a local newspaper to look at its archives. Looking at the archives, he runs into the paper's young, bright reporter. Usual suspect, Madhubala, right? तो उसके भी आपके गाने आपको याद होंगे. अच्छा जी मैं हारी चलो, देखो सबको पता है, मुझे अपने नोट्स देखने की भी ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ रही है. अच्छा जी मैं हारी चलो, मान जाओ ना, और भी बहुत कुछ है, लेकिन उसके अंदर भी सब कुछ होता है बाद में. But once again the good guy wins. The good guy wins and everything turns out all right. Then you come to Solma Saal. Solma Saal again is a movie of the 50s. Now again Devanand is a reporter, partly out of work, searching for his next salary, right? And it is a kind of a remake of Roman Holiday, right? So he runs into a young Wahida Rahman. Solma Saal means she's supposedly 16. That was the age of coming of age those days for women. Bobby में भी बोला था ना, ये एक साल बचपन और जवानी के बीच का, तो वो 16 साल का बोलते हैं. तो वो घर से भाग रही है, rich man's daughter, and Devanand gets in the same train, and then you remember the song, है अपना दिल तो आवारा न जाने किस पे आएगा. Again, he wins in the end and gets Wahida Rahman. Then you come to the 60s. Come to Devanand, still stay with the 50s. Raj Kapoor, Chori Chori. Raj Kapoor is an out-of-work freelance journalist with a big camera, with a flash, that bulb blows off each time you click it. And he finds a rich man's daughter, Nargis, floating somewhere, and there is a prize on finding her, but he's not interested in the prize. He's interested in the story. The story is all he wants. Ultimately gets Nargis, but the story is all he wants. And again, you remember it also from the songs. ये रात भीगी भीगी, आजा सनम मधुर चांदी में हम, जहाँ मैं जाती हूँ वहीं चले जाते हो, वगैरह वगैरह वगैरह. And then you go on and on and on. Around early 70s, this begins to change. But again, not too much. But come 80s, it begins to change quite drastically. And then it becomes really bad. It becomes really bad. And Peoply Life then becomes the peak of that. Peoply Life, PK, in both of which Amir Khan, who otherwise we hail as a great paragon of all things virtuous and all so politically correct, he builds the movies around trivializing TV journalism. Even Anushka Sharma in PK is carrying that puppy. That puppy, by the way, is now Rajkumar Hirani's dog Buddy. So he adopted the dog. So this changed over time. And this changed over time because our image changed over time. From being the smartest people, the smartest, sincere, honest, fighting people who stood up to everything and won in the end, we just became these cynical, manipulative, lying clowns. Not even idiots, but clowns. See some of the other films. Ram Gopal Verma's Run. It was built around making fun of the media. In fact, literally calling media criminals. And they don't say one or the other. Everybody. Pa, Amitabh Bachchan, everybody is equally, and I'm not saying equally guilty. I'm saying everybody was equally sharp in picking up this change. That the image of the journalists were changing, and all of these examples are not post 2014. All of these examples are post pre 2014. In fact, of the 4 articles I mentioned, 3 were published pre 2014. So this was this image that was piling up over these years leading up to 2014 that destroyed the credibility of what is known as legacy media. That is what Donald Trump is trying to do in America now, right? But we had done it in India between 2009 and 2014. It was not done by the Donald Trump of India. It was done by the NGOs of India. It was done by the activists of India. It was done by the popular culture of India. That led to many other complications, complexities in our life. So the first phenomenon that came up was a lot of the businessmen, and I'm not talking of Ambani Adani just now. Ambani Adani came in much later, and I might have less of a problem with Ambani or Adani owning news media companies because at least they have listed companies. There is a measure of transparency. Their companies are run well, journalists are paid well, journalists must be paid. Nothing is perfect, but my problem is with something else. And that problem is, if you go back again to 2008-9, that is when the Peoply Life phenomenon came in. In fact, 2009, I think Peoply Life came in. That is when we noticed that all the chit fund owners who had been caught in West Bengal and prosecuted, all the chit fund owners, I will give you the names: Rose Valley Chit Fund, Town Group, Shine Group, Rahul Group, Chakra Group, all of them, GK Group, all of these groups owned what? They owned a chit fund company, they owned real estate, they owned some mining, and they owned a media channel or a newspaper. They were not born with media channel or newspaper ownership, or the daddies from whom they had inherited these businesses did not own media or news channels, but they all realized that media is a very small business. I mean, think about it. If Adani buys NDTV for, say, I don't know, say 1,500 crores and all, in terms of Adani's turnover or Adani's market cap, it is less than 1% of 1% of 1%, right? If the market cap is 3 lakh crores, what is 1,500 crores? You can make a calculation. And if, say, for the Ambani Group, the group turnover maybe is, I don't know from the top of my head, suppose it's 2 lakh crores, the turnover of NDTV would be 500 crores. So this is not even, I keep telling people that these are big conglomerates, right? Think of them like United States of America. If they were United States of America and they'll have 52 companies like the states of the US, their media company will not even be relatively the size of Puerto Rico. So they don't have to exploit the media company for any profits or for fixing anything. The problem arose when people in real estate, people in mining, and they started in West Bengal, in Jharkhand, in Chhattisgarh, in Odisha, in mineral-rich states. Because you got your mineral lease, then you had to protect it. With the mineral money, you started building real estate. That also needed protection. And to get protection from police, from politicians, from the regulators, and the media, right? You had to own the media, right? And it was a very cheap thing. For 100 crore rupees, you could set up a Hindi news channel and a daily Hindi newspaper. And I will show you one of those Hindi newspapers. I'll not mention it right now because things get individualized. One of those newspapers publishes two pages every day, two-page spread called Dharam Karam, right? It's just about religion. And every Baba and everybody finds mention there, and its circulation is boom, boom, like this, and it's become a leading paper in its geography. The cost on that media business is not even 200 crores. The owners of that media business are the, if not the biggest, maybe the second biggest liquor barons of North India, right? So for them, what is this? So I said, this is very good. Real estate हो गई, real estate से fourth estate हो गई, fourth estate से mining हो गई. Because now what happens is, once you set up a media channel, and these people pay the best salaries to editors and journalists, they give them marks, because editors also feel happy, and then they hold these conclaves to which, if you are big enough, the Prime Minister comes, or if there is election in your state, the Prime Minister might come, or the Chief Minister will come, all top officers will come, the local income tax principal commissioners will come, some film stars will come, and then you will go with your editor and escort the Prime Minister or Chief Minister from his car. And that is what will give you power. That was the second big blow to the media, because people now started seeing journalists and editors as employees of those that they obviously saw as dodgy people. Now, I will not mention names, but in case of one whose son was caught in a murder, right? And the paper I edited then was very aggressive with the coverage of that murder. And the father came to us and said that, look, your paper's being very unkind. So what if he shot a woman? That kind of woman who goes home with anybody for 10,000 rupees. So I said, all right, but your son's rich. He could have offered her 20,000, 50,000, 1 lakh. But if she even then said no, she had the right to say no. Your son had no business to shoot her. So he said, no, my son's life is ruined. I said, somebody's daughter's life was lost. So I was told that, no, but what's the value of that woman's life? So, I mean, it was a conversation like that. I will not go into it. And he said, by leaving that, I have now realized that I was given all this pain by journalists. So I'm going back and setting up a media organization, a TV channel and a newspaper. I said, listen, and this is somebody I've known today, I've known for 40 years. I said, since much before his kids were born. And I said, listen, if that's how you will take revenge on us journalists, please go ahead and do it. Launch 2 TV channels, launch 3 newspapers, at least 300, 400, 500 journalists will get jobs. So that was the second thing that came in. And the third thing that came in after that is that regular entrepreneurs thought, established entrepreneurs, that they could start the media. So Ambanis may have bought NDTV now, but most people forget that the Ambanis had launched a whole large media organization in the 80s called the Observer Group. That Observer has now become Observer Research Foundation. So they launched a newspaper called the Observer, right? They launched several other things around it. It failed. The Observer Group failed. Then Vijaypat Singhania of Raymond, who's got himself into serious trouble with his son now, unfortunately. Economic Times dines out on his troubles with his son, right? Because anytime they find their audiences are getting bored, they go to the father and publish the same sob story. He launched Indian Post, where he hired Vinod Mehta as his editor. L.M. Thapar bought Pioneer, right? Again hired Vinod Mehta as his editor. Sanjay Dalmia, the cigarette king, he launched Sunday Mail. Lalit Suri acquired Delhi Midday. For all of them, these were boutique operations, and none of them respected their journalists. And that is what ultimately led to the decline that came in the early 2000s, and from then it went on and on and on. In Pa, for example, Junior Bachchan says to a hall like this, applauding hall, that now I don't even have to worry about the predatory media because I have got a stay order from the High Court. So by this time, Indian audiences had started applauding. The same Indian audiences which fought for our freedoms had now started applauding for the curbs on our freedoms. The same Supreme Court which protected our freedoms has set up several committees to discuss reasonable restraints on the media. The big one came up after that Gurjar agitation in Rajasthan, after which the Supreme Court ordered I&B Ministry to set up a committee. In that committee, Fali Nariman was the convener. I was a member. Pranay Roy was the member. So after the first meeting, I and Pranay sat on the side that this is a committee we shall now sabotage fully by not attending any meeting after that. Koi na koi bahana laga ke. Because how can you let the government or a government committee decide for you what will be the restraints on your freedoms? But the problem is that the public opinion has gone in that direction. And that is the big danger. That is the big danger for us. And public opinion sees trivialization of the media. They see every evening this tamasha on your TV channels. The reason so many people, individuals, are doing well on YouTube is that they may be polarized or polarizing. They may be on one side, but they are not doing gali. And they are not getting other people with gali. What's happening on TV these days even embarrasses those who might be agreeing with that point of view. Because there is such bad language used, there is no logic, nothing, there is no news. So this has taken us back to the times of the Soviet Union. In the Soviet era, they used to say that we have two publications, Izvestia and Pravda. Pravda means the truth, Izvestia means the news, but there is no truth in the news, and there is no news in the truth, right? So most of your TV channels have become like that now. There is no news, there is no evening news bulletin, and then dono bid jao, you know who will say what, and sometimes the same spokesperson go from one channel to the other, to the other, to the other. I watch this sometimes in mute, and in my private moments in my gym, I can even speak what they are saying, what each one is saying, right? If I could record it, I think I'll become a rich man. That's bound to go viral. In fact, it was during, when this was going on, one day that Arun Jaitley said to me, कि देखो तुम शाम को टीवी में क्या देखते हो? तो मैंने कहा ये न्यूज़ तो देख नहीं सकता, क्या देखूं? तो उसने कहा तुम हिंदी फिल्म म्यूज़िक पसंद करते हो, तो एक चैनल है सोनी मिक्स, उसको लगाओ रात में, उसके पास it has the best inventory of 1950s and 60s and 70s music. So Sony Mix is my gym watch since then. But I'm on my side, I'm on the side of the journalists, but most other people, public opinion is not on the side of the journalists. So the problem right now is that when journalists are made fun of, when journalists are ridiculed, when they are called criminals, crowds applaud. To me, the lowest point in recent years on the image of us journalists was watching Sanjay Dutt's film. What was it called? Sanju. When it ends, look at the amount of abuse. I mean, basically, MCBC that he's throwing out at journalists. It's as if he did nothing wrong in his life, that everything that happened to him was the fault of the journalist. Now, he's saying it's all right. I mean, we all know what his life has been like. But the important thing is that the audience in a very expensive Delhi multiplex, minimum ticket 600 or 700, the audience was applauding. And those are the concerns that we have with the news media. What's happened today has not started after 2014. It has got exacerbated after 2014 because developments after 2014 have, I won't say forced, nobody is forced to do anything. It has given people the choices of being on one side or the other. So one side calls the other their own set of names, one side calls the other Godi media, the other side returns the compliment by saying Librandu, secular, Soros, anti-national, Todo India gang, Tukde Tukde gang, or George Soros employees. I mean, George Soros, I interviewed him on Walk the Talk 12 years back. I think 15 years back or 17 years back. Even then, he could hardly hear. So I was told that you have to be on his left and you have to shout at him. And in the middle of the interview, he said to me, "You're not shouting hard enough, I can't hear you." Right? He's 94. I mean, to think that he will now come and dismantle India, for heaven's sake. I mean, all of us Indians have tried to dismantle India, right? India thoda aise dismantle hota hai, but so one set is now quite willing to call others Soros, George Soros agents. George Soros' net worth is a fraction of Adani's net worth, by the way, his market cap also. But in this situation, it's become very challenging to do journalism because the definition of journalism has changed. Definition of journalism has gone back to what it used to be before independence, as our teacher of journalism history taught us in 1976 when I was a journalism student. Most of you, I mean, almost all of you were not born there except a few in the front rows. He used to say that before independence, India did not have newspapers. India had views papers. So the journalism that we have right now is the equivalent of views papers. The difference is the views papers in pre-independence India never used Gali. They never abused fellow journalists. They abused the Brits. They fought with the Brits. Right now, it is dog eat dog in journalism, which is bad. There is a decline of popular support for the news media because people think these guys are entertainers, right? So they watch TV channels as entertainment channels. Or people see journalists as divided. So the moment they see somebody speaking, they say, "Ye is side mein hai, ye is side mein hai," and you know कौन क्या कहेगा. इसीलिए हम लोग क्या करते हैं? In the print, people ask me what is the print, so we say unhyphenated. So on some issues, we might say that what's happening in Sambhal, what's happening in Mathura, what's happening what's being inflamed in Ajmer is terrible, because for India to grow, India has to keep its social cohesion. India cannot grow without social cohesion. No country can survive without social cohesion. What is India's gift to the world? India's gift to the world is social cohesion. Of all the major multicultural countries, diverse countries that came into being after the Second World War, only 2 have survived intact. All others have broken up. Soviet Union into 11, Czechoslovakia into 3, Yugoslavia into God knows how many, so much so that I even forgotten that North Macedonia be a country hai, until they defeated Italy in that World Cup's qualifier. 20 lakh ki abadi ka country hai, right? All these countries came out. Pakistan broke up. Even Indonesia broke up. East Timor came out of it. All of Africa's map has been withdrawn. All of East Europe's map has been withdrawn. 2 countries have stayed intact. One I don't know much about, that's Tanzania. The other countries, India, look at the diversity of India, of all kinds. We have not only stayed together, but we have become stronger. So social cohesion is India's gift to the world. Can you imagine if we Indians were to go at each other's throats like the Syrians did? This will be Syria multiplied by 150. So this is our gift to the world, and this is our gift to ourselves. So we we stand up to that and we question that. At the same time, I will say equally, unabashedly, that Modi government has done a most brilliant job of building infrastructure in India, both physical infrastructure and soft infrastructure. So delivery of welfare to the people is now so almost flawless, and the friction that the poor Indian had in their dealings with the government system, that friction is gone. Now you don't have to go to 4 babus or patwaris or talati ke bolte hain Maharashtra mein to establish who you are so you can get your money. And if you got your 500 rupees in a month, 300 would go in bribes. It comes straight to your bank. So, and similarly, physical infrastructure. So what is good, what is not good, what is bad is bad. That's the reason we call ourselves unhyphenated. And I say, you have a situation where one side of the media has put themselves in one set of bunkers, the other side is in their set of bunkers. They are both firing at each other because they are sitting in bunkers, किसी को कुछ लगती नहीं है. Then idiots like us are walking in the middle. वो जैसे सरायेवो में Bosnian war में snipers alley था. So we are walking in the snipers alley, getting hit by both sides. So that is the state of the media today. But no, it did not start only with 2014. It acquired a different momentum and a different flavor in 2014, also because the power shifted to one side. A lot of the media also shifted to the side of the power. That is the difference.
Thank you, sir, for your incisive and cutting analysis that reflects the true state of the media today. Our next guest of honor is the visionary leader, Dr. S.B. Mujumdar, a grand old oak tree, an educationist rooted in the values of inclusivity, harmony, and academic excellence. As the founder of the globally renowned institution Symbiosis, he spends decades nurturing young minds and building a vibrant community of learners. Established in 1971 as a home away from home for international students in India, Symbiosis has grown under his leadership into a multidisciplinary hub of learning, research, and innovation with a presence across the country. His steadfast belief in the transformative power of education, his relentless mission of fostering cultural understanding have empowered thousands of students from diverse backgrounds to achieve their dreams. No wonder he was Bala Sir's friend, philosopher, and guru. And now, the moment that everyone at Sri Balaji has been looking forward to, the unveiling of the book on Bala Sir. Can we have the AV, please? This book has been lovingly compiled and curated by our team so that each of us can turn back the pages of time and revisit the memories of our beloved sir with a smile and a tear. Mujumdar sir, can you please do the honors? sands of time cannot be stopped. Years pass, whether we will them or not. But there are vignettes we can freeze, enshrined forever in our memories. The book on Bala sir is just such a gift to us. Thank you so much. Would Mujumdar sir like to say a few words and share his thoughts with us?
Namaskar to all of you. Today's distinguished speaker, Mr. Shekhar Gupta, the Chancellor of this university, Dr. Parmanand, Dr. Shirode, the Vice Chancellor of Sri Balaji University, Vinita Deshmukh. In fact, she is the reason for all of us to be here. Vinita, thank you so much for organizing this grand function and inviting your guru, who was editor-in-chief in Indian Express. And I cannot forget Dr. Kardare, who was your guru in Indian Express. What a lovely coincidence it is. I am very, very happy that Vinita has taken trouble to organize otherwise insignificant function into a very wonderful function, joyous function. Ladies and gentlemen, to be here on this campus of Balaji Society, it is difficult to speak only on corporate citizen and not on the founder of Bala, founder of society. And Vinita has advised me to speak something on Dr. Bala and also on corporate citizen. Dr. Bala was so close to me that it is difficult to speak on Bala on certain specific aspects. He was like younger brother to me. Born in Tanjore district in a poor farmer's family, he joined army as a Jawan, retired as Subedar, and by dint of hard work and passion and fire in his belly, he did his Master of Personnel Management from Symbiosis Management Institute, and then he also became the lecturer in Symbiosis Institute of Business Management. But Bala distinguished himself with a rare art of innovation. And what was that innovation? Having served in the army for so many years and participated in IP cave in Sri Lanka, he felt that because of many transfers and frequent transfers, the education of army officers suffers. Education of the children of army officers suffers because of frequent transfers. Very often they are transferred so frequently that the children have to study in 3, 4, 5 schools and colleges. And so one day he came to my office and said, "Sir, why not start a management institute exclusively for children of army, navy, and air force officers?" I liked that idea. But his director, under whom he was serving, didn't like it. So I persuaded him, if not an institute, at least create a department. And so the director of SIBM agreed to start department, but he said, "I have no place." But Bala was determined. And therefore, believe me, he started Department of Management Studies for defense, children of defense personnel in our school on 15th Lane Prabhat Road. When school was closed, his institute, his department will start. But believe me, he took so much interest. He met army officers, he met naval officers, and he persuaded them to send their daughters and sons to his department. And believe me, in the first batch, the placement was 100%. Then one day, the GOCNC Southern Command was invited to some function by Bala. And it was General Dhar. And General Dhar suggested to me that, "Doctor, why don't you elevate this department to a level of institution?" And that is how Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies was born. And it was again Bala who persuaded higher-ups in the army to give a piece of land for this institute. And that was the Symbiosis Institute of Management, which is exclusively for children of defense personnel, stands in Khadki cantonment. And if you ask my opinion, personally, it is as if it is a memorial to Dr. Bala. Then he thought to establish his own institution, left Symbiosis, and started autonomous institution in management institute in some school again. And later on, he found some place in Pune. Various institutions of management were started. And ultimately, he succeeded in transforming those institutions into an university, and he named all those institutions together as Dr. Balaji, sorry? Sri Balaji University. Bala was a simple person, a daring person, courageous person, and deeply religious person. I still remember taking students to Tirupati, putting the first copy of prospectus in handi. Do you do that? Still, I am happy. So, Bala was basically fond of journalism. Once he told me that he visited Ramchandran, and Ramchandran wanted to start some publication, and he wanted to become the editor. So, the bug of journalism was already in Bala's mind. And so, he started a corporate citizen. He became first president, editor of a magazine, and he discovered Vinita Deshmukh, who was then working in Indian Express under her mentor, Mr. Kardare. That is how in corporate citizen was started, and I am glad the magazine has become very popular. Can you think of an educational institution starting a magazine, and that too for management institutions, management scholars, management professionals, management corporates? Now, will you believe that such a magazine started by an educational institution has 20,000 subscribers and about 1 lakh readers? This is something which is unheard of. These colleges and universities, they publish once in a year annual magazine. But here is an university, Sri Balaji University, which has started very, very professional corporate citizenship. Vinita, hats off to you for giving us this wonderful magazine. If you ask me, what are the distinctive features of corporate citizen? One, they give publicity to professionals in management institute working in corporation who otherwise would not have got it. Number one. Number two, the magazine encourages HR persons working in our corporates to write articles. And thirdly, it is not only for management experts or corporate leaders, but even for students who are sitting over here. So, such a magazine which has started for corporations, for professors, for students, and for general public is something which only Vinita Deshmukh can do it. And I wish this magazine a grand success. And the day should come when instead of 20,000, Vinita should publish 2 lakh copies of this magazine. Vinita, thank you so much. Where is she? Vinita, come. I'm really happy that this girl, who is really very dedicated, is there. Now, I would like to felicitate her at the hands of her guru, Gupta ji, come.
Sir, if I may add, her guru actually was late Prakash Kardale, who was one of our senior colleagues and really the founder and the pioneer of citizen journalism in India. Because Pune was also a good city for him to do this, and he developed and pioneered a very different kind of journalism. And that's why the Indian Express Group, as part of its Ramnath Goenka Awards, also instituted an award in Prakash Kardale's name. So Prakash ji is the one who mentored Vinita and her team and all the others. And I had the good fortune when I joined the Express in 1995 of having spent time with both of them.
No, but I must say that Shekhar Gupta gave a complete, such a different complexion to the Indian Express Pune after he came. And we learnt a lot from him. And he was the most amazing, friendly editor. Only one line I want to say, that I sent him a mail saying, Shekhar ji, so-and-so. So he wrote back saying that neither am I old in age for you to call me G, nor that I'm so wise that you should call me that. So simply call me Shekhar. So remember that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. We shall cherish them and try to live by them. Our next guest of honor is the very dynamic Sulaja Firodia, the visionary leader at the forefront of India's electric mobility revolution. As the founder and CEO of Kinetic Green Energy and Power Solutions Limited, she has propelled the company to become a trailblazer in the electric vehicle sector. With a bold vision of delivering green mobility to the masses, Kinetic Green leads the market in electric three-wheelers and two-wheelers. Sulaja's innovative approach has resulted in partnerships in the joint venture with Tonini Lamborghini for premium electric golf and tourism vehicles in collaboration with the IMA Technology Group, the world's largest electric two-wheeler maker for cutting-edge R&D. As Vice Chairperson of Kinetic Engineering, Sulaja oversees the group's multifaceted businesses, ranging from automotive manufacturing to elevators and parking solutions. Her ability to forge strategic alliances with global players has exceptional leadership and business acumen. Sulaja's accomplishments are many, recognized as a young global leader by the World Economic Forum. She has been celebrated as one of India's most powerful women and listed amongst the 75 most influential women in India by Business World. Beyond her corporate success, Sulaja is passionate advocate for sustainability and women's empowerment. She chairs key national initiatives, including the FICCI Maharashtra chapter and the National Electric Vehicle Task Force. She is very passionate and committed for the Save the Girl Child campaign, and this underscores her commitment to social causes. We are delighted to have you with us, Sulaja, and we request you to say a few words.
Shri Shekhar Gupta ji, or should I say Shekhar, our respected Dr. Mujumdar, Chancellor of Sri Balaji Institutes, Anand ji, Editor-in-Chief of Corporate Citizen, and our dear friend Vinita, Dean Faculty of Sri Balaji Institutes, the dignitaries on the dais and in the audience, and I see many familiar faces. Hello to all of you. the veterans of the war, whose debts we cannot repay, and we're very proud to have you here with us. Awardees of today's function, media and dear student friends. A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm very happy to be here. Let me begin by first thanking my mother, Dr. Jayashree Firodia, who's come here to be with me, always showing her love and support. So thanks, Mom. Let me also congratulate Sri Balaji Institutes and Vinita on this wonderful milestone of corporate citizens, 11 years or 10 years? 10 years. And I must say that I'm here today, especially for Vinita. She is a dear friend of the family, and I'm always inspired by her passion, dedication, sincerity, and enthusiasm. So I've come here really to congratulate her and wish her all the very best for her journey ahead. We've had media stalwart Shekhar and education guru in our country, Dr. Mujumdar, speaking, and I'm aware that we are running late, so I'm going to just give a few remarks only for 5 to 7 minutes. And I think the topic I would like to quickly speak on is the role of corporate and media as partners. And we saw that Shekhar did allude to this, some of the important trends about this particular aspect. Of course, we all know that the relationship between the corporates and media is intertwined. There's interdependence. On one hand, media does depend on the corporates for revenues, ad revenues. We have to run the magazine or a newspaper. They need the funds, which typically come from advertisements from corporates. On the other hand, corporates need media to communicate to their stakeholders about their initiatives, their efforts, their products, and also to manage their reputation, within the broader society and many stakeholders. So in a way, it's an interdependent relationship, which can get even more complicated, as Shekhar mentioned, about the fact that there could be corporates which are now owning media houses, which could bring in an additional bias, which could also bring in some of the political/religious factors and biases in play. So the question is, how do we ensure that this relationship, which is so interdependent, is still kept impartial? Because finally, media is the champion of creating image and opinion in the society at large, including that of the corporates. And we would always hope that media always remains impartial, which is important to a healthy development of the society. So here I do believe that there is the individual and then there is the collective. And the collective is nothing but a collection of individuals. So while there are certain factors, issues, people, or situations which can lead to impartiality, I do believe that on the other hand, there are shining examples of individuals who are leading a very honorable and a great example for all of us. We saw Shekhar as one of the most dynamic and independent and impartial, passionate journalists, who's an example in himself, and so is Vinita. We saw Dr. Mujumdar and Dr. Bala, who today in the world of education, where education has also become a business, are the shining examples of creating education with the great of the society and our generations of future at heart. And similarly, there are good corporate citizens, there are good media houses, and we have to all hope that these individuals come together and keep the conscience of the society at their heart and create a better example and a better future for all of us. I do also believe that in the long run, truth will prevail always. And while there could be periods where such biases and factors impact what people are reading or what's put out, I do believe that you can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. So while we may go through periods of uncertainty, again, through shining examples of individuals that are our role models, and by vigilance of our people who are reading and who are consuming this media and the messages, together, as a collective conscience, I think that the truth should prevail and will prevail in the long run. And that's what we have to hope. Now coming to the role of corporates in all this, right? I also believe that corporates also have a great role in maintaining relationships with media which are one of honesty and respect. Some corporates do see media as adversaries, some of them see media as pawns, and that is very unhealthy. If more corporates look at media with respect, with honesty, with integrity, in the long run, I think it's a win-win for them as well. And again, it comes back to you can fool people sometime, but not all people all the times. I think the same is true for the corporates. If they have an opportunistic attitude and they look at making short-term gains, I think in the long run, what will prevail is credibility, honesty, integrity. So I think it's very important for corporates as well to keep this at their heart, that it is credibility and it is integrity which will build a long-term reputation. I also feel that when we are dealing with media as corporates, we have to deal with them as people, because finally it's all about people and relationships. And I think if your relationships with the journalists, whether it's a junior journalist or a very senior editor, I think you should deal with them as people and as friends and as responsible stakeholders, and build a long-term relationship, which is again built on credibility and honesty and consistency and maturity. I think they will respond the same way. So I think it's what goes around comes around, and what you sow, you will get the seeds of that fruit. So I think at least in my journey, I have been blessed with my grandfather, who's laid 3 principles for us, which in Marathi is called Kasoti, Sachoti and Hatoti, which means excellence, honesty and human relations. So even in the way we deal with media as a key stakeholder, it's built on this, that you should be honest and you should have build good relationships, human relationships, not opportunistic commercial relationships. And that thing that has always worked, and I have received a lot of love and support and respect from the media community in our good times, of course, but also in difficult times, because I think it's been about building a long-term relationship. And now the last point I would like to make is, okay, we talked about media, we talked about corporates, but what about media and corporate together? Now, what role do they play in the society, especially today? And I do believe that together, as corporates and media, we have a great, great role to play right now. India is really on a cusp of the next leap. I do believe very honestly, sincerely in the vision of Vikasit Bharat, that we are poised to be a superpower in the world in the coming decade, be the world's 3rd largest economy. And I think as corporates and media together, we have to communicate, educate and inspire our society for this. There are many new things that are happening in the world of technology. We heard some discussions about AI, how that's changing the world. Similarly, the field which I am in, which is electric vehicles, it's a completely new technology which is coming in automotive world, and one that can revolutionize transport, one that can reduce pollution, one that can make transport easier to use and save a lot of money for our citizens. But there's a need to educate people. And I think media has a role to play in this, because people don't believe advertising, but they believe news. So if media would look at such technologies which are socially good, like electric vehicles, other green technologies, if media does participate in understanding the importance of technologies like AI and bring them to people in the form of education, I think it will elevate our society's ability to embrace these technologies, which are very important in the coming times, if we want to stay ahead of other countries, and for our people embracing new technology. And then the second thing is positivity, right? I mean, if we really want to grow at humongous GDP growth rates, be the world's largest, 3rd largest economy, corporates have to invest, people have to believe that the future is good, they have to consume, they have to feel good every day. And I think here again, media has a great role to play. If we inspire people by positivity and by hope, as opposed to depressing news, which could be possibly more sensational, about murders and rapes and, you know, teenagers killing teenagers. I mean, that's, to wake up to that is like the most depressing thing. But if we focus on the positivity and hope, together as a society, I think we will be motivated, we will be inspired, our youth will work towards this great and green future that we are on the cusp of. So I think I would just like to say that once you choose hope, anything is possible. So I think together as media and corporates, we have to build this hope to embrace this good and green future that I genuinely believe lies ahead of us. So on that note, I would like to once again thank Sri Balaji and Corporate Citizen and all of you for including me in your celebrations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Really sorry that we are going half an hour late, but we promise you now, after this short felicitation of the three chief guests, we're going to have dialogue, Dil Se with Dr. Mohan Agashe, and break for lunch at 2:30. So please be patient, and I'm sure it will going to be a rollicking session, and you won't miss lunch. Just build your appetite. Thank you, and sorry.
Thank you, Sulaja. As usual, it's been a treat to listen to you with your inspirational words and insightful take-homes. With that, may I request our Chancellor, Professor B. Parmanandan, to kindly felicitate our chief guest for today, Shri Shekhar Gupta. May I request our Vice Chancellor, Dr. G.K. Shirude, to felicitate our guest of honor, Sulaja Firodia Motwani. Request our dignitaries on the dais to please take their seats in the audience while we prepare the stage for our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Mohan Agashe in conversation with Vinita Deshmukh. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Mohan Agashe. May I request silence in the auditorium, please, and request everyone to be seated at the back. Students, may I request you all to be seated? Our special guest for today, a true blue Puneri as they come, omnipresent as the misal pav, and frankly, just as memorable. When people remember the name Dr. Mohan Agashe, they are sure to book an appointment or buy a theatre ticket. And that's precisely the charm of this multifaceted genius.
Make it short, he's saying.
Be it in theatrical roles in Ghashiram Kotwal or Tughlaq, or his cinematic turns as Appa or Pandit Bhairao or Nana Fadnavis, he is memorable in every avatar. In conversation with him is our very dear Chief Editor of Corporate Citizen magazine, Vinita Deshmukh.
Thank you so much, Sonia. Welcome, Dr. Mohan Agashe.
I'm hungry.
Dr. Mohan Agashe is very well versed in being knowing the people's minds because he's a psychiatrist. But since I'm a journalist, I'm not letting you away. You can have a glass of water or you can have the sweet so that, you're not hungry. So now let's start without further delay. So let's come. Dr. Mohan Agashe is my friend since 35 years. And he loves all the Maharashtrian fodnichi pori, pohe, vagere, vagere. Sorry. Okay, now seriously speaking, the first question.
When you are hungry and someone speaks of food, you almost faint.
Yeah.
So in the middle of conversation, if I go unconscious, just bring some fodnichi podi.
Sure. So now coming to the first question, let's talk about the creative Mohan Agashe, which is enriched with sterling performances and in varied branches of acting, directing, producing, performing. Now, sir, in the world of programming today, where precision and systems are the keywords, how do you see life? Do you feel lost? Could you, you mentioned how everybody works.
As I said again, I don't know about today's world, but today's time, particularly the current time, I feel completely lost because I'm hungry.
I think we can go further than that.
The best literature is on the hotel menu card. This is what Mark Twain said, not me. Yeah. So I don't feel lost, especially because we are talking about media. No? And media has kept changing so much. The only thing what worries me is, earlier, before the advent of, not only advent, the phenomenal growth of virtual media, the life was not that difficult. जसं आपल्याला जेवढी भूक आहे तेवढंच जेवतो आपण आणि तेवढंच करतो. तुम्ही उगीच पातेलभर भात करत नाही कारण तो वाया जाईल. तशी आत्ताची बरीच मीडिया वाया जाते असं मला वाटतं. बिकॉज the phenomenal growth has reduced the space for our common world. And the individual worlds have become bigger than the common world. Now I can't draw here anything, but I'm sure you understand. एक मोठा goal असतो. Because we have two worlds. One, the world is outside, and the world which is inside you, right? Now earlier, there was a common world for all of us. If there were 10 good books written, at least 5 would have been read by majority of people. If 10 films were made, at least 5 would have been seen by majority of people. So if I go in a public place and chat, there was something common to talk about, something common to feel about, right? Now each one has his own world because of virtual media. And that is why you see that we have reduced our life to Instagram. 1 minute maximum. Yeah. So this is a changing world. And people who are born recently will get adapted to it very easily. For me, it will be a bit difficult, but I'm still trying.
Right, I think all of us in that, so 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, we are all still trying. However, since you are a leading psychiatrist, I'd like to tell you this terminology of mental wellness has become very fashionable, talked about so openly today, which was completely hidden. And in fact, I would like to give an example of a very prominent English school in Pune, wherein the principal was addressing the parents. And therein he said that 5 years back, we had just 5 to 7 students who were under the mental wellness program through psychological counselors. And today there are 735 of them. And all the 13 psychology counselors are busy. The team is busy in that school trying to make the children emotional, looking at their emotional well-being. So could you tell us as a psychiatrist your thoughts on mental wellness?
What do you think? Anybody about wellness? There is no mental wellness, there is wellness. Mental is a part of it. You can't be mentally well and physically unfit. Partly you can be physically unfit but mentally well, right? Because nobody walks into counselors or psychiatrists only with the body. The mind is the content of the body. So wellness of mind is of course far more important. But now what happens, since our formal education is entirely dependent on our thinking brain. How many of you don't understand Marathi?
Most of them.
Okay, so I will speak in English, right? Yeah. Okay, now you have to understand this carefully, particularly because you must be hungry. Huh? So you can stop me in between if you don't understand. Because I may also go wrong, because I am also hungry. So our formal education is based on a written word. Agree? Our basic education begins with reading and writing. Anybody has gone to any school where reading and writing was not compulsory? Compulsory. Not one language, 3. Regional language, being Marathi, may not be in English medium schools, but in generally regional schools, regional language is compulsory.
Even in English schools.
Even in English school, but it is आपलं सही पुरतं मराठी येतं. The Hindi as a national language and English as a practical language. All three we have to learn reading and writing. In fact, if in your earlier testing, the school or the teachers find out you may not be able even to read, you are kept out of formal education. Agreed? Any school which admits any student? No. So that means the minimum eligibility for education today is minimum ability to read, not even necessarily write. So from play school till end of college, 14, 15 years, besides studying the profession you are going to practice, you have to learn the language, reading and writing. And those who can't do that have been beautifully termed as intellectually challenged. Now I am making a very dangerous but true statement. Those who coined this term, intellectually challenged, and started formal schools with only cognitive ability, that's the left side of the brain. Brain has two sides, left and right. Right is about emotions and sensitivity. Left is about intelligence and thought. So, to all those intelligent people, right, it took 100 years for them to realize there is something called as emotionally challenged. They first found out IQ, and it took 100 years to find out EQ. Now, what is the significance of that? So, we are only taught to read and write, but unfortunately, we are never taught how to see, what to see, how to listen. We still continue that passively. Agreed? दिसणं आणि बघणं यात फरक आहे. Because you have eyes, passive seeing is possible. But active seeing, if you learn, then you know exactly what to see in a painting. Otherwise, you don't even know what to see. What you will be able to see, you don't know. So today, we are cognitively developed and sensory underdeveloped. So there is no balance at all. And life, far more important thing than intelligence is emotion. We all like to be loved, right? Now love, happiness, sadness, all this in the emotional domain. Motivation is in the emotional domain, right? But we never pay any attention to our sensitive brain. So today, our thinking brain is swollen. Now, why did I tell you all this preamble when you asked about wellness? Today, we only think of wellness. We don't practice wellness. Today, we think of love. We don't practice loving. Sometimes we practice cheating loving by verbalizing love. A common example I must give you, in my very young, when I went abroad, I was quite taken aback when I stayed with some families where the husband was telling his wife 3 times, "Oh, darling, I love you so much. Oh, darling, I love you so much." I imagine the situation happening in my house. If my father would have told my mother, even once a day, but every day, first thing she would have done is start suspecting him. Now, this is true. Why? Because earlier we could communicate emotion by our act. We communicate our dislike, like, happiness, samshay, whatever, without words. Because we were focused on our jnanendriyas. You know these 5 things which are called panchendriyas. Seeing, listening, smelling, tasting, touch are so important in life. And today, what we do now, for first 5 years of life, all these technology is growing inside the body. And that's how you know about the world. What is brain? Brain is CPU. It develops after age of 5, not before. So first, you collect information through 5 antennas. And then you analyze. Now when you have to learn reading and writing, the only part of brain you are using is left because you want to communicate thoughts. Now we have not learned how to communicate emotions, which are so important in life. Then why we do? So what do we do? Instead of going to school, we go to some stupid cinemas. Now what is the speciality? Shekhar spoke. When he spoke of media, he gave several examples of songs. What is so special about us? When we Indians come to intense emotion, we break into song. Yeah? Acute love, song. Sadness, song. Viraha, song. Everything is song. So we communicate our emotions through songs. Songs have sound, melody, and everything. Now, the second important thing comes. When I'm talking to you, or when you are using this instrument, which you haven't learned at all. Surest example is you buy 20,000 rupees, 30,000 rupees, buy a mobile. You get camera free. From the moment you buy, you think you have become a photographer. And anywhere you go, you pull this out and take photograph. So intellectually, you are grown. Sensory, you are like a child. Why I say it's like a child? It's only a child or infant who does susu whenever he feels like doing susu. So the moment you feel like, you take out this. So your audio visually, in your susu age, infantile age, think this is very serious actually, though it appears funny. And in oral phase, there wasn't such a problem. Because in oral phase, we have a language of image. नजर की बात होती है, सुनने की बात होती है. मुझे कुछ बोलना है, आपको नहीं सुन देना चाहिए. There are ways of communicating. And there are ways and ways of communicating. In fact, words has a limited power of communicating. And so when we speak to each other, only 10% gets communicated through word. More than 50% through body language. And more than 27% sound, the way. So it's a multi-level, multilingual communication when we were in oral phase of communication. Then when we migrated to written phase and writers replaced orators, we were communicating in half language. Language of word, that also not spoken, written word. All right? So many of sensitive people are left out of that. And this is very important to understand for concept of wellness. Wellness talks of balance between your thinking brain and your feeling brain. It's like you have to stand in a balanced way. You have to use both your legs. You can't stand on one leg and be balanced for a long time, right? We have 2 eyes, 2 ears, even brain has 2 halves, right? Like that we have emotions and intelligence. And since we are never trained in emotion, today in my practice, when it comes to wellness, majority of young people, problem they have are emotional. Because they have never been taught. Never been taught how emotions come, how they develop, what are they called, how to keep them under control, like intelligence. So, wellness, if we keep talking about it, we will never achieve it. If you want to practice it, learn to keep your mouth shut. हे आपल्याला पूर्वी सांगितलंय. Keep your mouth shut. Eyes and ears tell you a lot. Today it has become important again. Why? Though this is a wonderful technology. Why? It has brought us back to trilingual communication again. For a long period of time, camera was inaccessible, unaffordable, so we could not use it. And that is why it was used by those who could use it and manipulate it. But this language has more manipulative power than book. If you don't agree, practice it and then you will know. Why? Now think, what is so unique about a writer? And what is so unique about a filmmaker? Anybody? Everybody is desperately hungry.
We have got very
Because
bright
they can't even
students.
think.
Come on.
It's impossible to think on an empty stomach.
You're
So
really
I
rubbing it
appreciate.
in.
So you want a ready-made answer? Like ready-made food. Zomato.
There's
Yes.
somebody who's on.
Yeah. So writer thinks about his reader. And filmmaker? Who are more in number? Those who see films may not be able to read or write. So they are large in number. Because those who can read and write also see films. Yeah? All right. Okay. I'll tell you what. Those who have excellent ability to convert. Before that, I have another question, right? what are the modes of learning? How do you learn? Today it is far more important than it was ever before. Yes, please, sir. Very good. Earlier times, now think this is very important, very careful. Say about 50 years ago, before this information revolution came, we all had hardly any source of information. The source of information was our parents, immediate family members. Then when we grow, socialization with friends, teachers. By the time you can learn to read and develop ability so much that you understand what you read. Even today, lot of people don't understand what they read. What is the proof? If everybody understood what they read, there is no need of school and college. But by reading you don't understand, that's why you have teachers to teach. Right? So, this reading, it doesn't have experience. By the time you were 16, 17, and you could really make meaning of what you read, you already had an experience. And then you assessed your information on the basis of experience you had. After information revolution, today you have too much information about everything without having any experience.
Thanks to Google Guru.
Yeah. So we only talk of emotions because we hardly experience them. We think of emotions, we don't experience them. And why this is important to understand the difference between who has more manipulative power. A writer of a genius has the ability to convert experience into words. And so he writes novel. If emotional writer I'm talking about. But filmmaker has the ability to convert words into experience.
Absolutely.
Film is closer, both emotionally and intelligently, but unfortunately, the way it is practiced by a lot of people, because it has great manipulative power, and when the film was born, it went straightway to commercial people and not to intelligent people. When the book was born, it went to intelligent people. And so, if you have a nice, we go to cinema like we go to toilet. Get rid of our emotions only. You don't like if there is a film which makes you think.
So actually, I wanted to come to that question now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, about your films. I mean, could we talk about your films now? Because Dr. Mohan Agashi has has made many and acted also in many socially relevant movies. So could you just talk about them, like Kasav and your latest movie that is coming out?
I'll talk about latest movie before we fell down because of hunger. All right. Anyway, really hungry. What is this? Yeah. Acha.
Another chocolate.
And not only, see, what is a good film for me? Where the film ends and thinking begins. What is a good lecture for me? Where lecture ends and the subject starts in your mind. So anything which provokes you to think, good one, is a good one. Right? if you walk out of the film before it ends, intelligent people saying, मैं फिल्म को जाता हूं तो सर घर पे रख के जाता हूं. To me, it's a bad thing. So what films I did is because I knew this language is a better language than the book. I tried to incorporate scientific information in a storytelling format. And for that, I could find Sumitra Bhave. So what's the major difference? आपली फोडणीची पोळी आणि साधी पोळी. फोडणीची पोळीत मसाला घालावा लागतो. So if you learn difference between the nutritious entertainment and junk entertainment, you would love my films. My latest film, which will be released on 20th, is called Outhouse, which is about elderly singles. And what I say, particularly you young people, in today entertainment is full of what? Sex, violence, propaganda, political, religious, war, killings. In this film, no nonsense. A simple friendship between a puppy and a child, changing lives of two elderly singles. So, the whole family can watch without any adult being embarrassed at any point of watching the film. Right? And this is about whether elders have some choice to live the way they like or not. Because in changing demography, healthy aging, and age-related problems, caregivers for both children and old people. Main problem with those caregivers is because of the pressure of looking after the family, they have forgotten their childhood and they have no time to think that they will become old. Whereas the child and the old, they get along extremely well. And in fact, this must be your experience also. The grandparents are very good to their grandchildren and never to their children. Because children are for disciplining and grandchildren for realizing failure of disciplining. So that film is with me and Sharmila. But earlier films also.
Sharmila Tagore.
Called Kasav.
It's Sharmila Tagore.
Yeah, this film is with Sharmila Tagore. But the main hero of the film is a puppy. Everybody wonders how puppy could act so well. So for that you have to see film 20th. But Sumitra Bai did a wonderful film on youth and their problems. Commonest problem of youth today is depression and high rate of suicide. And her film Kasav, the turtle, which got President's Golden Lotus, deals with this subject so as to understand. So I think auditoriums like this should be used and it should be a part of your teaching to learn from audiovisual media and not only from books and lectures.
Really, that's a great idea, and I'll tell the Chancellor this. Apart from this new movies that you talk about, Dr. Mohan Agashe is known for his iconic role as Nana Fadnavis in Ghashiram Kotwal. And when I was talking to him the other day, he mentioned it's all about how power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So could you just tell us Ghashiram Kotwal in the context of today's world where all sorts of things are happening all around the world?
That journalists should know better what is happening around the world.
Nobody wants you to know.
I can tell you my experience. In 72, when the play was done in Pune, there was a great controversy because it was thought anti-Brahmin, anti-Nana play. But the further away from Pune we went, people did not see Nana as Nana, and this is not a historical play, so tell them. In fact, as the time passed, by 84, 85, a lot of people thought that Ghashiram was about Indira Gandhi and Bidranwale. Ghashirams, the term, what power corrupts means? Persons in power create monsters out of common men for their own benefit. And when the job is over, they get rid of them. So 10 years ago when I went to America, we had done 3 shows in Maryland. My American viewers came and said, please bring your play again. It's a play of Bin Laden and Bush. But the story of birth of Ghashiram was birth of Shiv Sena and Congress. That is what Tendulkar writes in the birth story. That Shiv Sena was an offspring of the Congress. That time for political reasons, which it has come. And so this has been happening from times immemorial. So today it has become a phrase. When Lalit Modi was removed from BCCI, the newspaper title went Lalit Ghashiram Modi. किंवा म्हणतात त्याचा घाशीराम केला म्हणजे त्याला वापरला आणि टाकून दिला. So that's the reason. For that, you have to understand, though the play is in Marathi, we had 61 performances abroad in Marathi, but the presentation was visual and auditory in dance, mime and verse. So there was no problem in understanding because the story was 2-hour play, and if you say these 2 lines, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, everybody understood the play and what happened.
So just coming to the last 2 questions now, since you are also hungry and others also may be hungrier. So, tell us.
You must have had breakfast. You are like me. No breakfast was given to me.
So quickly, the second last question is that Dr. Mohan Agashe has done a brilliant experiment in what's called as the GRIPS experimental theatre, wherein generally the children's stories are all about fairy tales. But he brought harsh, realistic stuff where, the relationship between parents and children, always the harshness bit of it, and how he converted that into the elders, rather the youngsters, people about 18, acting in those plays. So what was the main theme of GRIPS which is still going on?
No, GRIPS was a revolution that time because it drifted from the conventional concepts of theatre for children. So GRIPS sent on leave all the fairy tales, the Rakshas, and brought the realistic problems of children forefront, like state of woman, air pollution, fear of darkness, beauty of friendship, and everything. And I thought I brought it because I realized that today's parents don't have as much time for their children as my parents had. And though this is where I learned the word smuggling of education. The play was a great fun. It was the antithesis of a classroom, though the subject was serious. And the young adults played children. So from both sides, the real and realistic. So that really made a strong impact on me because I could see how through fun, humor, music, you can make people think. And not only adults, children also.
Beautiful.
So when that was successful there, I practiced it in cinema.
Beautiful. You have to see those plays. They're really nice. The last question is, there are a lot of youngsters here and there are a lot of intellectuals here. So as a psychiatrist and actor, what is the gyan we would like to give them? Some tips and some nice anecdotes and fun to live a fun-filled life.
I don't give any advice. Because I'm convinced nobody can teach nobody else.
Absolutely.
If anybody wants to learn, he is free to learn. But by teaching, if you think somebody has learned, you are under biggest mistake. That's it. But my, not message or anything, whatever method you have, whether experience or good teacher, if you develop habit of thinking, and particularly if you pay attention to both your inner self and the outer self. Today, everybody in the speak said, what kind of world we live in today. And I think it is very important. And because of this social media, what we have forgotten, all of us are a part of nature. So we are not at the center. Now we are trying to keep ourselves at center and draw a world around us, instead of finding where in world we are. I think that is far more important, to know that we are part of nature and don't fight with the nature, agree with the nature. Like if you fight your wife all the time, संसारात काही गंमत राहणार नाही. तेव्हा कधी समजूत काढा, कधी भांडण करा, कधी फसवा. So in order to negotiate with the nature, but don't call nature as an enemy. If you call nature as enemy, 100% be sure nature will defeat you.
Absolutely.
You will not be able to defeat nature.
Thank you so much. It was a very, very vibrant, all your answers and thoughts and insights were just wonderful. And if anyone wants to ask like 2 questions, they are free, otherwise we break for lunch. Before that, of course, please, we are going to... Anyone's asking questions? Yeah. Yes.
Of course, here the demographic pattern is totally different, but try and understand.
So just ask a crisp question.
Crisp question, sir.
Everybody's hungry.
In 40s, 50s and 60s, maximum number of Marathi children's songs were made. Those songs have disappeared today, and that mattered a lot in personality development of children. A lot of good songs were there. Maximum, this Maharashtra state has made those children's songs, which I feel it still holds good today for mental growth of a child. Because बच्चे का जो childhood है वो छिन गया है, वो नजर नहीं आ रहा बच्चे में आजकल. He has grown much above his child age, you know. So that natural thing has to come, and that started always from songs.
Yeah, so, you know, what is your question? Like maybe he has understood it, he'll just answer.
No, I understood what you mean.
If you can revive that.
No, as I said, since there is too much information before any experience, the sequence has changed. Experience to knowledge to information. Information was the last thing we got. Today, we mistake information for knowledge. And knowledge, you can't mistake for even wisdom. Processed information is knowledge. So learning by information is like going to a house on a Google map without knowing the road. You will find the house, but you will not have the experience of finding the house. So learn to experience. And when I say the word experience, and when I say why film is more important, because it gives you experience at all stages. Conscious, word goes to conscious, image goes to subconscious, and emotion goes to even unconscious further. Right? So, in the lost childhood, don't start thinking too much too early. In fact, earlier times, we were not allowed to learn reading before age of 6. Because till 5 years, all your sensory systems are developing. Right? So if you are losing your childhood and adults are scared, my advice to adults is don't be scared. They will deal with their problem. You don't have to deal with them. And if you want a sign, yeah, of course. You know the book. See, who are you? You are my connection with the present times. I am past. You are present. And your future is hidden in your tummy. Right? And this is very important. This is very natural that you become. And maybe, if I have to give you a scientific answer, we are evolving into new species. I'll give you a wonderful example and stop. All of you have seen Ramayana, I know, correct? Now, all of you know that Ram was helped by Bali and Sugriv. Bali and Sugriv were monkey tribe. In that period, in all our images of the book also, in that crowd, only Ram looks like a human being. But Bali and Sugriv, they don't look like a human being, but they behave like a human being. Why? Scientifically, morphological changes come in the end. And for some people, they come early. So, amongst you, there may be few who look like human beings, but they may not be human beings.
How scary is that?
Yeah. They may be the next species. And that species will look at us. These are human beings. Emotion, they used to cry. Look. Maybe tomorrow Peshwe Park will be filled with someone like me. To say that they cry anyway. So in the phase of evolution, maybe we are giving up few things. So we don't have to bother. We have to think about it, no doubt. But if you want to really do something, set an example by your behavior and not by talking.
That's
Now,
great.
a lot of people come to us with the problems of children with this. More than 80% of parents, children have learned it from them, how to use it and why to use it. So if at all you want to set an example, don't verbalize. Bring it in your behavior, maybe it will help. Otherwise it won't help.
Great. I think that's a great note to end on. And actually we have no time, but yeah, okay, the last one, but 1 minute. Somebody is asking a question. And
No, I would have given better answers if I was not that hungry.
Yeah. So you can talk to him during lunchtime. Thank you so much. And over to Sonia. Then we break for lunch.
Biting sarcasm and witty rejoinders, hard truths couched in humor. The session has definitely been inspiring for us and definitely worth the wait. Thank you, Dr. Mohan Agashe. Thank you, Vinita. And on that note, may I please call upon, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to just wait a minute. May I call upon our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. G.K. Shirude, to please come up and felicitate Dr. Mohan Agashe.
I want to bring out discrepancies. In the beginning, there were two master of ceremonies. They were reading. आता भाषण ही द्यायची गोष्ट आहे, वाचायची गोष्ट आहे का? There is no spontaneity. We are losing spontaneity altogether. We have a learned behavior. When you call a chief guest, you automatically say, bye. We are so happy to have Dr. Akasha here, with no sign of happiness. But how can you be happy? Happiness has to come from within. It can't come from here. So all these conducted things.
I think I did very well, right? I did very well. I didn't.
Don't give me present. I have no place in the house to keep it. If you want, give me a bungalow.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please proceed for lunch in the same location where breakfast was served. Faculty and students request you to please stay on in the auditorium seated. Your faculty heads would like to have a word with you before you proceed. Please stay in the auditorium.